Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check. Shields off. Shields on. Shields off.
Oh, sorry, Scott. I'm actually setting up my PC. What they change? What was it? Hey man, did they change the skybox? It looks better. Yeah, you're gonna have to explain to me what do you mean and what they changed, because I'm actually doing a heck of a lot of changing myself, as you can see. I'm moving on my stuff into 8K. You can also see the FPS. Well, I've got a lot to do. Reason why my PC broke down a couple of days ago, and I lost all my settings. Now, that means I've got to set everything back up. Now, I know what you're going to say, but I should have backed this up and I should have backed up on everything, but no. You see, when I do it this way, if there is any changes, it will come up automatically like this. But if there's any old settings that's in there, for instance, FPS, broken, all them things, they will not be registered. So to be starting on a clean slate, I find it easier. Tedious, I get it. And at the moment, all I've got is my second screen to work on. So at the moment I'm just doing my keyboard settings and everything. But as you can see, I'm in 8K. I'm actually in this mode today that does all of this and a heck of a lot more. Alright, as you can see, I mean that my RAM is running at nearly 9,000 megahertz. My SSD, this one's in RAID 0, the 9100 Pro, that's Gen 5, 6 terabytes, running at ridiculous Gen 5 speeds, not Gen 4. Alright, I've not got the Gen 4 drive set up yet. They are in there. Okay. One more other thing. I'm not running in hybrid. As you can see, I've got 2 graphics cards. This is the Nvidia. Okay. And this is the iGPU. Now, what these two can do, you're not going to believe, but they've got to be set up in a different way. If you remember SLI, you know SLI did certain things to make performance and things work pretty well. Then after that came 2GPU, Nvidia and AMD. You would plug one into HDMI into the Nvidia or the GPU, I can't remember, okay, and the other one would do the display. Well, this PC is totally different. This PC is like a laptop. Now we all know that the laptops have an iGPU and a graphics card. It can be AMD or Intel. I have the Gigabyte AI Tops motherboard. That's also AI with certain facilities in there, but I need the RAM for that. But it also has an iGPU. So technically speaking, when I say it's got an iGPU, think about SLI with 2 graphics cards. Think about HDMI, so AMD and Intel. Okay, that's called hybrid. Now with the new Intel processors, they're very limited on lanes. Okay, that is the downfall of the Intel Core Ultra. So what I did to maximize things, I bought the Gigabyte AI Tops with the HDMI display. in the motherboard. So now I've got two graphics cards, the Nvidia and this. These two work in hybrid. This will be doing the display, and this will be doing the rendering. What that means is the display takes off all the horsepower off the graphic card rendering, raising the FPS, also dropping the frames per second, the wattage and everything else. I'll get into the quick CPU later. That's done in hybrid, but to do that I have to plug my HDMI into my, I have to plug my monitor into my HDMI into the iGPU graphics card, and then in the background the Nvidia is doing all the rendering. All of a sudden all these frame rates will double, treble. You see other graphics cards, it gets complicated. But my PC, and also one other thing which I'm not going to try and explain, because I have an iGPU, the memory can be as much as the RAM. Okay, that's another story. So basically it can have more RAM than the graphics processor itself. That is dependent on the RAM. But at the same time, if you run out of RAM, you know you crash. That can also be set up in the control panel, so when you run out of RAM, it will start using the SSD. That is the secret of things to come in the future, and that is where AI technically and RAM is variable. So you don't need 6, 7, 8 GPUs like you would an AMD, because the Intel Ultra is variable on the RAM, and that is where this comes in. It's only using 26 gigabytes, blah blah. It gets complicated, but you notice there's 1 terabyte of RAM committed. That's because I'm using paging file. So I've not got 48 gigabytes of RAM, I've got 1 terabyte of RAM. Have I explained that right? Well, basically that's to do with the paging file. It gets complicated, but at the moment I'm just setting up my PC to get all these things back, but I've got to set it up normally first in the graphics card. I know I'm not explaining it right, but still. Space looks black. Right, space looks black again. Not no. If you're referring to before when it was green, what it is, what's causing the problem is my Nvidia. This needs to be reset. If you touch this or any one of these, it changes things. That's where the problem is. So if my things are green, I've got to sort it out, but I'm not really understanding at the moment, so bear with me. When I get my other monitors on, I will look at the color coordinates, the smoothing and all them lot, but at the moment I'm slightly going off topic because I don't really want to be setting up this thing all day. This is a whole day settings, and if you notice, everything's on max. Okay, I can change all of this. Alright, the PC is going to crash in 1 minute, and I'll show you what I mean. Look at the frame rates. Is it showing here? Look at the frame rates. Remember, Vulkan and this side on the left side is native. Alright, and it's showing 51 frames per second. Here is the DLSS. It's not properly set up with, you might call it fake frames. Remember, I'm running in 8K. Alright, I am running in 8K. not 4K, not 2K. You understand where I'm coming from. But for me to change all of this, remember I'm also not running in hybrid, okay? But for me to change certain things because of my RAM, I have to stop all of this. Watch my frame rates go up. But this is all not being set up yet, okay? And like I said, things will crash. Alright? Now the first thing you'll notice, my frames have gone up, which you already know. I am now showing 78 frames in Vulkan, okay, and in DLSS I'm showing 150. Now I'm going to go into 4K. Alright, this is what everybody's using at the moment, 4K. I'm in 8K, but remember I'm not in hybrid. Alright, I just hope it doesn't crash on me. The screen resolution will also change because it's not properly set up. This is what I'm working on. I'm checking everything. See, with this much power, and don't forget also, this has been turned right down. Alright, as you can see, everything's practically almost off. Okay, because remember I am setting up and I don't want to overpower certain things. Alright, I might have to go into display top, I'm not sure yet, but I'll look at it in a second. I'm going to go into 4K now. I'm going to go into full screen. This is where things get difficult. Look at Vulkan now in 4K. It is showing 190 frames a second, and with the fake frames nearly 200. Ridiculous. I can even go lower than that. Remember, I can turn things off and turn things on, okay? But I'm about 8K using the latest gen processors and everything. I'm not using AMD. I'll go into 2K now. What most people are using, it's gonna blow your mind. No, I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm just gonna skip straight to 1080. I am now showing 120 and climbing in native Vulkan. Alright, but look on the right hand side with the fake DLSS switched on, but it's not working properly. 250 frames. Yes, I've had 400 frames. Alright, I can increase the quality, but I'm not about this 1080p business anymore. I don't even know what it shows on here properly, but just give me an idea of the Intel Core Ultra and to its full potentials. But remember, my PC is all Gen 5 with no performance left on the table. My graphics card is not running in 16 lanes, it's running in 8 lanes, okay, because the graphics card will not neutralize all the power of the 16 lanes. So what I've done, I've put that into 8 lanes, and the SSD is using the remainder 12 lanes. I've got 3 SSDs in there, 4 lanes each, a total of 12 lanes, and the GPU at the other 8 lanes, that's 20, what, 12, I can't count, 12, that's 20 lanes. There is 4 lanes, 3 for the iGPU, and yeah, I've not even got into the oh god, that's something 5, what's it called? Oh my word, which the Intel has, the AMD does not. Thunderbolt 5, about 120 frames extra on top of that. It's a lot. But anyway, just before I go back into my native frames, alright, like I said, I can use all these at the end if I want to, and increase the graphic cards, and also upscaling and downscaling. This is in 1080p maxed out, but like I says, I don't use it. Still showing 120 frames, fake frames. Yeah, I can get up to, if I'm in DLSS 4.0, which I can do, I'm getting nearly 4 times that amount. It's ridiculous. But like he says, things are showing in green. It's a bit complicated, but like I said, look at the graphics. Why? Most people can use this frame, but the frames I'm using at the moment can choke other people's graphics card. But at the moment I'm on 200 frames in DLSS with Vulkan running. Natively 100 frames. You can go higher than that actually, but that's everything maxed out. Space looks black again, not green. Also what I was messing around with, but you're talking about black, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. That is because I've been playing about here, altering these things. It's not right yet, but I'm still working on it. But I need to go back to my 8K, okay, because that is what I'm working on. Because I've got to push the limits later on, and this is a long, tedious job. And then I'll show you what my SSDs are running at 23 Celsius in 8K. Right, so let me just check that I've done everything here. Right, now I can go back to 8K. Ah, beautiful. If I was doing upscaling, downscaling, I could still show 8K at double the frame rates, but I'm running native, okay? Because it's easy on the processor. Now I'm going to put back up the graphics, because remember I am testing performances, but when I'm playing a game I won't be running at these performances. That's the only one I've not been able to do just yet. It can be tricky sometimes, but by rights I'm running in native, it should work. I think that's it. No, it's not. Well, the only way I can get that to its highest, I've got to log out the game, log back in. Now, as you can see, I'm pushing 120 frames, okay? But the point is, it's not smooth because the frames are not constant. Alright, now if it's jumping up and down like that, as you can see I'm using 500 watts, but anything running in the background causes pressures, causes crashes. Alright, now I've got other things in the background that monitors everything, so what I usually do is work out the lowest frame for the 1% lows, okay? But I'm in space, so don't think Vulkan at 65% frames per second is its lowest 1% lows. It's not. It's actually 45. Okay, but I will put it down to 30 frames per second. Alright, that is done through whatever app I'm using. I'm using today, I find it, MSI Afterburner. When I can get it up, that's the game, that is. Now this, I am going to set this to 30 frames. What that does, it caps it. Remember, my 1% low on average is 45, okay? But I'm creating redundancy because at the end of the day, there's a lot to take in. Okay, the first thing you'll notice, the graphics comes down, the watts comes down, but the frame stays steady and everything runs normal in the background with no hiccups. There's no difference, well, there's a little bit drop there, but you can see Even the power of the graphics card processor, I can drop down to 3.5. It all depends on what you're running in the background. It's down to balancing. So when someone turns around and says to me, "Oh, I've got a Ferrari, how do I put it into a Mini?" They don't understand. It's not just about that. There's so much things you want to run on your PC at the same time. This PC is an Intel Ultra Core i9, okay? And everything is running to its maximum. And there's a lot more things that we'll be putting here. And the most important thing of all is AI technology like GTP chat with its own language model and personality. But anyway, I need to get back to work now, okay? I'm going to leave it at its 30 frames, which is not what people want to see, okay? But I'm still setting up my key bindings. And by the way, one other more thing, the more FPS you push through the graphics card, the more the colours pop. Remember, I mean 8K. Now what's the difference between 8K and 4K? I know you guys can't see it, but in 8K, for me, it's all about the text. Okay? Now, if you've been watching in some of my past graphics, I was doing FPS shooting, and I could see the characters in a distance, but in a 4K or 2K you could not see that. But you know it was working because when I hit the character, it was pluses. But I need to do a couple of things.
Shields off.
I'm now going to set up my jump drive. If I remember which one it is. I've got all these to set up yet. I've got all these to set up yet. But I'm looking for my jump drive. Can't find the jump drive. I'm going blind. Where's the bloody jump drive? Here we are, I think that's it. Jump drive, that's one of them. No, that's for quantum though, actually. Where is the jump drive? I've got all these to set up too. I chose to do this on stream this time. Usually I don't do it on stream. Why? Because I want to use it as a reference. Sometimes when I'm looking for something and I can't find it. Radar. This is also something else I need to sort out, the ping. I'll do that one now.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay. What was that? These are now getting into conflict territory now. That's why I like to do things at one at a time, because it breaks things. Remember, I'm using HOTAS. I never touch the keyboard settings. That's CIG's department. Get back into the radar. This was the last thing I did. Oh. See, I'm making mistakes now. Radar. Right, flight. I've got to change flight movement and auto land. So I'm going to have to go into flight now, take out auto land and the landing tunnel. Flight movements, where is it? Flight movements, there we are. Auto land. Got to start again. Flight movements. Ah, here we are. Take that off. Lower landing gear. Raise landing gear. And toggle VTOLs. There is one more in here which I need to sort out. It's not there. And I still haven't done the jump drive yet. Right, okay.
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear raised. Landing gear deployed.
Okay, that's working. Right, what's next? Ah, I want to do them screens. I usually get this wrong now, but I've got to be very delicate on this. And I still don't know. My jump drive is important. Jump drive. The jump drive is very important because I use joysticks for my jump, you see. All these need to be set. Ah, here we are. We'll do this one next. Oh, wait a minute. I've not got my helmet on. The one key could just do that. This is the problem now here. See, this could be for the your helmet. I'm almost sure. How many MFDs have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 and I've only got 6 sticks. Okay. one have not found a jump drive. Oh, I'll do this. That's wrong. I bet it wasn't it all the bloody time.
Landing gear raised. Shields are on. Shields are off.
set right.
Shields normal.
I don't think I'm going to like this true blacks, you know. Just in case you guys don't know, I have been in space, must have been about 4 days with this Apollo. And it was only supposed to be testing. Okay. Ship movements needs to be altered. Right, ship movements, that's that. Key bindings. Flight movements. That's the look. That's the view side. This needs to be off. But I can also have it up here. And looking down and up. Up. Somehow the quality doesn't look as good. And the mouse is too sensitive. Why the door's not opening? Oh no, that's landing gear. This is giving me morning sickness. Motion sickness, I mean. not a bad little buggy, you know. Not a bad little buggy at all. But it has to have more rolls than what it says. But oh yeah, talking about more rolls, CIG has now decided to make a cargo variant of this ship. It was supposed to be multi-role in the beginning, modular, sorry. When you take out the beds, it was automatically cargo. That was in the Cutlass Black. Now, what I was actually going to do with this ship.
Engines are on. Engines are off.
That could have made this ship modular. Now you must remember, I haven't flown the TAC or the MIS in that generation, okay? Now if this was modular as a cargo variant, as you know, that would have been taken out automatically, and this would be cargo. So for the bigger boxes, making up as I go along, would be lifted through this entrance here, okay? And this would all be cargo. That's if it was modular, if they did it that way. Now originally, talking about the stretcher, this here could have been the lift for the stretchers to go in and out depending on the height of underneath. CIG wants to make the cargo come from the top, but I still say underneath if it can do it. So here would be the stretcher. Now I'm going to find out if that works. Now I've not done fairy craft in a long time. It's been years. Now, like I said, just testing the boxes alone. Now, this is about 2 meters in length. I'm not saying this will fit through the door. Okay. but I would personally do away with the toilet in here. Now, with the toilet taken out of here and the sink, this should be able to hold, this is 4 SCU boxes, possibly 16 SCU boxes, okay? And they will go in here as a separate cargo bay. Remember, the ship's modular. Now, if it can hold that, the stretcher could be in here. Okay. Now let's go check out the length of the ship. This is the engine compartment. Alright. And the toilet compartment. So you'd have 2 cargo bays like the TAC. This door would have to be open. Okay, open plan. Alright. Now the reason I say that, if it's open plan, it serves 2 purposes. Remember, this is going to be modular. Okay, they don't really need 2 ships. The beds, the drone beds in here, it will work. Alright, how do I know that? I've got the MSI, the Mercury MSI. So, okay, where would the toilet be? It has to have a toilet. Does it need 2 toilets? I'd have to bring in the other plans. My ears are hurting me. The toilet could go here. Or, depending what's behind these walls. No, CIG doesn't like doing a lot of messing around. In hospitals, they don't have the toilet in the dormitories. But if they're going to want to keep this plan, they have to keep this plan. I get it. They can't put a toilet here because it's blocking the doorway. Eek. So station, when they make this modular, the toilet has to be in here somewhere. Well, I will put the stretchers right here. They said they want 2 stretchers, drone stretchers. Take the damn toilet out of here. Alright? Take the damn toilet out of here. When they turn it into a cargo, there will be lift will be here. When they make it a drone for this here, this can still serve this purpose. And they can do it on both sides, so that means the freelance attack or them versions will work underneath. That's their easiest way. And remember, they forgot it in their plans, and it now makes sense. They've got to give the ship a purpose. So at the end of the day, they have to have toilet for health and safety. If they don't want to mess around with this, it's difficult. I really don't believe they should have a toilet in the operating room. I really don't. Now let's go underneath the ship. One more other thing, because this ship is so big, remember this is the Apollo. This Apollo kills the Cutlass Black, the Cutlass Red and the Cutlass Steel. What I mean by that is, let me turn down this music. When I say that this ship kills the Cutlass Black, the Cutlass Red and the Cutlass Steel, because this ship is so big you can do all three at once. Cutlass Black, this has got more gunpowder than the Cutlass Black, okay, and the variants, it's got remote torrent. Now when it comes to cargo, this kills the Cutlass Black again. When it comes to Cutlass Red, it kills the Cutlass Red. Alright? And now when it comes to Cutlass Steel, the chairs will go here. Remember, CIT don't want to do too much, so you can't really put the chairs here. Now I'm going to try and put the chairs here. And remember, this ship is more electrified. But I'm not going to go into too much details, because at the end I'm supposed to be doing key bindings. And CIT are looking for ideas, because remember, they don't want to keep doing things. I have to also get Discord sorted out soon. Certain people will be having withdrawal symptoms. Pepper, I've not seen you for 3 days. Oh, my daughter failed a driving test yesterday. And today I was supposed to be helping my brother, but I needed my daughter to help with that department, so she needs a day to herself. So I'm going to be going to the doctor's about 10 AM. So my stream will have to be stopped. But what I would like some opinions on what this streaming looks like now that I've got 4K working. Anyway, before I go there, let's finish off some of these things here. I've not done this for ages. Now, the problem is, remember I was saying to you before about the stretcher and the cargo box. They would have to rework the landing legs, and I'm only guessing where the drone base should be. And as you can see, it's too low. Now I've got to move that from there without blowing up the bloody ship. So technically speaking, the legs will have to be lifted up by at least 2 meters. Sorry, 8. Wait. A man is 6 foot tall. Standard clearance is 8 feet. Now when I built my camper van, the camper van was 6 feet. And the ambulances have the same thing of 6 feet. And that is roughly about 3 foot. Okay, to prove that if I'm 6 foot, alright, that's no, I think these been a bit smaller. That wheelchair is slightly too high, really. No, the man is too short. End of story. I've done this years ago. That's about just over 3 foot. Wait, 6 foot. No, the man's 5 foot. He's 5 foot. It's not 6 foot. It's 5 foot. Today's average man is average 6 foot. Back in the day, it was roughly about, yeah, in the olden days, were midgets. So I would say that's about 4 foot. 3.5 foot. So for clearance, the undercarriage has to be at least 6 foot to 7 foot. So the landing legs will have to be raised by at least another 2 foot. Now the problem, which you all know, because the landing gear is raised by about 2 foot, they're going to have problems with that, because obviously the angle of this will change. Now, when I had the Carrack, nobody didn't know this. You could not get this up there like that. You had to use boost. See. Now that is because gravity is now in the game. Alright? So pushing that up there is a task. And that is what I mean at the end of the day. The angle would change things. But I'm not going to complain. At least to recognise the angle is a problem. So does that mean they're going to make it longer? It sticks out like a sore thumb now. You know what I mean? They can't think of everything. But the reason why I want to put this in there, because I want to show you that this can fit in the toilet. No, not fit in the toilet. Fits in the toilet. Or before we go any further, where would they store these? In hospitals, they don't store them in here. Okay, these wheelies, they store them in the corridors. I thought I made that quite clear. If any of you here in Manchester, go to the MRI. Okay, this is a bit what, and you'll see they store all linen and things like that in the corridors. Okay. So when the cleaners come in, they've got an idea. So wheelchairs and whatnot are stored in the corridors. Now remember, I was talking about the stretcher. There wouldn't be a door here. Oh, there would have to be. I'm going to jump off here now, okay? So this is what I mean now. The toilet would have to be taken out. And the lift, the drone lift, would be in here, and also the cargo bay. So that means the toilet has to go somewhere else. And if you want to know the truth, do they need a big hell of a toilet like this? I've been in so many hospitals, they're like cubicles. Yeah, I know, they've got this size for disabled, they've got that size for disabled, and they've got shower rails. Alright? And you need more than one toilet, I get it. This section here would work, but then the entrance could not be here. this is the only practical place they can make the drone bay. So it becomes now a drone bay and a cargo bay, depending on what module they use. Use attack as an example, that's the lift underneath, but they have to raise the landing gear. That's going to cause a problem because then these can't go in here. So you've actually seen me test this and also the cargo boxes. Now there is one more thing, and I said to you about this ship here as it stands now, doing 3 roles in one. When it comes to modularity, now, like I said before, I know it's moving about there, it's not supposed to. In hospitals, they store the beds, the linen, and all apparatus in the corridors, and they move them into the operating theatre as they need them. They've got the toilet there, what's on this side? I know what they try to do here. They try to separate and make this more private and safer from the hospital department. But remember, this is a space ambulance. And these can actually go in there depending on the situation. Does it really need a massive crew? I know it's modular, it can do things. But the thing when building this ship, they should have let the community involved. Yeah, I know. Don't do this, don't do that. Then everybody gets stressed and people start leaving. That's why they have picture sketches. Now for the dropship variant, if I've got chairs, we'll use RSI chairs. I'm sure I bought some for this ship, you know. Where's the bloody furniture? It should be here. I haven't got any. So I'm gonna have to buy 6 captain's chair. Not captain's chair, but chairs. And while I'm at it, I'm going to turn up my FPS. I need to test out Horizon, see what its 1% lows are. The 1% lows are 100 and I would say it's 50. Wait a minute. But when I say 50, remember, my processor and my graphics card, they are turned down. What I mean by turned down, this is what I mean. I have to remember these settings. I have to get a pen. 1 minute. Now, if I remember correctly, I am not in the mode you guys expect it to be in. No, too much messing around. I'll just write down these figures now. Right. Okay. 4%, 5%, 60%, and 55%. Okay, now you're going to see something now. Watch the FPS jump right up. And this is done by, oh, you can see it, done by a quick CPU. As you can see, it's now locked at 120, okay, but I'm not going to run my processor at that level, okay. The CPU is now 60% on average, the GPU is on 60% on average, and the usage of the GPU, I'm only using one GPU at 100%, pushing 500 watts at 300 megahertz. It can do more, okay, but the Windows have got a bug in at the moment that messes with the SSDs, and and shuts them down. So put that back to 4%. That back to 5%. That back to 55. These are standard settings out of the box. I will mess around with these in due course, but today was not on the agenda. And this at 55%. Now, why are those numbers very critical? Because the game uses the SSD. The SSD gets hot, extremely hot. The clock drivers and the controllers are on the SSD. And if you've not got adequate cooling, I've got adequate cooling, alright, it will make your drive disappear. And then you've got to go into the BIOS to reactivate it back. Now, on most PCs, you've only got one drive. If your drive disappears, you've got to reinstall Windows and reset back your BIOS. You've all heard about RAID. If you lose one drive, when using RAID 0, you lose them all. If you're using RAID 5, RAID 1 or RAID 10, it restores. That is 100% true. Okay? But no. When they say if you lose one drive, you lose them all. That is not true, because if you had one drive, you'd lose all your data anyway. But the SSDs are so reliable now, that's not going to happen. But you should back up your data. But there is a workaround. You can go in the BIOS, okay, and you can set RAID 5 or RAID 10. That does 3 drives. Okay, and the RAID 0 is on piggyback on that RAID 5 drive. So if your RAID drive goes down, your RAID 5 will repair the RAID 0 in the BIOS. I'll show you. I've got 4 drives here. Okay, 2 of them is on the 9100 Pro Gen 5. That's this one and this one. This one is on the 990 Pro, RAID 5 and RAID 0. Okay, but we'll talk about this. That is RAID 5, as you can see. That is RAID 0. This has 3 drives, but look at the volume. When I set it up, it'll only have about 500, because I don't need it. Okay, but this is built on piggyback on that drive. Sorry, this is built on the RAID 0 of that drive. So if this breaks down, because it's the boot sector, this will put back the drive back in its normal habitat, so it works back as normal. Okay, I've been doing this for years. Alright, and it's only now I'm releasing the information. Now, you might think, you say to yourself, oh bloody hell, free RAID drives, well, let's work it out a different way. I can afford to use Samsung product drives, those are expensive. That costs £100 for a drive. You can get free drives for 20 quid, them same drives, that's got the same, what they call it, but guess what? They run 3 times faster. It's about the speed. But games today, they are using the RAID to load the games in and off. But the problem, the drives get very, very, very hot. There is a flaw in the motherboards. They have put the drives on the motherboards. That's okay. But you can't have your SSD, you can't have your graphics card over the SSD because it heats up the SSD, which you already know. The graphic card has to be moved. Secondly, on all the new motherboards, especially on all the new motherboards, the SSDs are so close. So, and as you know, the SSDs are built onto the motherboard. So try to put a fan on those motherboards, it will not work because you can't cool them. But you can. You can use riser cables, and the middle drive you put on a riser cable and the other two on the motherboard. It'll cause a little bit of latency, but they've all got fans on them. The thermal right, blah blah blah. That will cool your drives down, okay, to server grade. You have to have cold air blowing through them things. I will be doing things in that category in the future. I'm actually eating my breakfast at the moment. And one more thing, you might have noticed my upload speed or download speed just below here is nearly 60 kilobits. Okay, now I've got a 1 terabit upload and a 1 terabyte download, or whatever you want. Okay, that's because I want to do HDR. And I'm in 8K, but I've not worked out how I'm going to stream 8K on here yet. I can do up to 4K, but you want to remember the game is also in 8K. Alright. And the frame rates, did I turn the frame rates back down? Let me just check. Yes, I did. It's running at 132 in 8K. It can go higher, and it's ridiculous in 4K. I'm not even in hybrid. Now, at the end of the day, this PC was not built just for Star Citizens. It is overkill for Star Citizens. This PC was built for AI in mind to work with Star Citizens. Star Citizens needs the speed and the frames. The AI needs the memory and the RAM. The Intel cannot do it until the next generation of motherboards coming out, which will be working like AMD's motherboard. Basically, say AMD, as you know, every year AMD upgrades their stuff, but the motherboard stays the same. Intel is going to be doing that on their next processor. Not the refresh, but the next desktop processor. So basically your motherboard will last 6 generations, so you can upgrade it as how you feel. Now, this is my theory crafting. Now, I use the word theory crafting. In the olden days, right, the motherboard manufacturer, their job was to make motherboards. And that meant make it to the best that they can. Alright? But Intel, because the way they kept on upgrading their sockets, the motherboard manufacturers couldn't keep up. So they had to work on making new sockets to match Intel. So they didn't need to have these special SSDs, Thunderbolt on all these kind of lots. Now that Intel is going to be sticking to one motherboard, and they're going to be upgrading their processors to fit on them sockets, the motherboard manufacturers now can work on their motherboards and charge what tier they want. It's a bit high, long-winded. At Christmas, all the BIOSes will be updated on the Intel, and they will be using Gear 4. Okay, but Gear 4, the RAM should be over 10,000 megahertz or megabits, and they'll be using CAM 2. Okay, but the problem is they can't cool the RAM, but the RAM can be cooled, because that's where the problem is. Air cooled. It's too much to explain. And when I get my AI working properly, they will be doing all my explanations so it makes sense. But I'm going to buy some chairs. But before I do that, Oh, I have an admirer. I don't know.
Whether you're just looking to spend the day cloud hopping with the storm walls or relaxing by green circle's infinite spa with shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for?
To improve the lives of everyone we know. Crusader Industries will be donating 10% of all spaceport food sales to help stamp out hunger. Together, we're making a difference. Providing connections to all major platforms, Crusader Industries is at the next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Please clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing. Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
Sorry you guys if I cut down my speech. My mic is temporarily on mute at the moment, okay?
Hello.
Now, you might not notice I am monitoring my 1% lows, okay? And it's now going down to 45 because remember Horizon is very high. This is where you cause overheating and problems. So it's best to have one that works on all frames, but now I'm going to take down to 45 frames. And I agree. Well, 45 frames is acceptable, but when it comes to high efficiency combat, and I have a way of increasing that by double, if not 3 times, and that's running hybrid with the 2 graphics cards, which I explained earlier in the beginning of this stream. It's a bit like SLI running 2 graphics cards. That's what I want. I want 10 of those. Now, the game economy is so messed up. Alright? It can put you into negative equity. Okay? I do burn of death. And that means I don't blow my ships up or whatnot. So I have to play in a certain way so I'm not on a loss. How am I going to pay for these chairs? I was doing farming a few days back in the Apollo. That will pay for these chairs and I will show you in a minute. I'm only going to buy 160,000, wow! You see why? Well, like I says, I run these big ships and they are costly. I don't claim on the insurance at all, unless it's compulsory. That means there's a serious bug in the game that has forced me, you know what I mean? All fuel, everything I buy in game. I take the ships for services, and if the ship is across space, I get a taxi. Right now, I bought those chairs. I will be dealing with this container. right here. There is a bit of a glitch I need to sort out. Okay, that's now sorted. Now normally, when you do your box sorting, it is better to have one set of things in that box, because sometimes you're selling things that won't sell and you lose money. I'm not supposed to be playing the game today. I'm supposed to be doing the key bindings. But like I said, I'm a bit bored, so I want to chat my heart away. Open box. In the armor section, I got to go into all the bloody pockets. These ones are taken out, got things in their pockets. One person to be doing all of this, it's tedious. This is actually a roleplay for a separate player, and they will make the money back. Now I'm going to open up this box. That's the one I'm working on, okay? Now there's 100% in that box, that's the one I'm going to be selling. It would have been easier if I had more time, I'd have used a bigger box, and you'll see the reasons why looting has its own benefits. But as a rule, I don't sell looted stuff. Remember, the economy in the game is all messed up, okay? And it will put you in negative equity. Now I've just got into another glitch. So I have to log out for a couple of seconds and log back in again. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to try and set up the other computer because I would like to see what the graphics are like. So I'm going to, my mic will be muted because there'll be a little bit of a banging and clangering, okay? what's in the box.
Hey.
Hello.
Hi.
The next shuttle is approaching the station. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to clear the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
See, when I'm looking for the 1% lows, it is better that way because then other things can run in the background without being choked. But everybody wants the fastest FPS and all the best, which is okay. But when you're loading other things in the background like Star Citizens or other entities, it don't work. It's choppy, it gives migraines and all them things to go with it in the background. Now if you notice, the only thing that's high now is the CPU. That can cut down, but it will stay where it is for the time being.
Approaching next station. If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark. Last call for passengers. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
60 frames per second in DLSS is reasonable. 120 is what you want. Steady on the 1% lows. And yes, that means for me to run that, I'd have to go into 4K. And then that is stable on its 1% load. But remember, at the end of the day, there's a lot of things I need to put in here before I can start messing around with the stability. and didn't
Every shift.
check.
Crusader cares about your safety.
Anything happening?
Days like today remind me why I left Terra. I got this book and she said, she means well, it's the best at expressing it. She just comes off as very self-righteous and dismissive of anything that's not simpatico with her worldview.
Well, that's life for you.
There's 4 of them. Which is the right one? Ah. I shall put them inside of the boxes. I'll check them all.
After the JL-Dex incident, we are asking that everyone continue to double-check and
That's
verify the
15.
contents of all containers.
And the reason, as I said before, most of them stuff cannot be sold. So I'd lose out on that box. That's why it's so important. So by rights, it's the guns. So I got guns in the other ones. I've got to take the guns out. Oh wait a minute, no. Now I'm going to do the second one. STOR.
Keeping busy?
I was reading on the spec earlier that Elroy Cass crashed a ship into a cryosphere. 5 credits, this is back in rehab tomorrow.
Nope.
Request to all system level management.
So it has to be
Be sure to
that
get
one.
full inventory checks in by the end of the week.
Yes, but I say I'm going in order, okay? No. Oh, wait a minute. That's 40,000. As you can see, the rifles cannot be sold. Now here we go. This is the one.
Just a heads up that we are still looking for volunteers to help with this year's charity walk. If you'd like to participate, sign up for
Life been good to you recently? Days like today remind me why I left Terra. I got this con from my mother and she's... Look, she means well, but isn't the best at expressing it. She just comes off as very self-righteous and dismissive of anything that's not simpatico with her worldview.
No.
Gotta take things a day at a time, right?
The armor, the guns can be sold down here, but the armor cannot. So the armor and the guns have to be separated.
Reminder that it's company policy that all workers must do a full equipment check at the start of their shift, every shift. Crusader cares about your safety. Reminder, there will be a gravity panel safety check at the end of the month. Please schedule accordingly.
I'm going straight for the last one. How long is it going to take to register?
Back.
Next one.
Request to all system level managers to please be sure to get their full
See, as you can see,
inventory
the figures
checks
have
in by
just
the end of the
changed.
week.
Well, guess what? As you can see, nothing here can be sold. Losing shekels on that. This is so hard. They need to fix this. $77,000. Ah, I get it. I'm looking over here. It's here. 77,000. But as you can see, it don't show all the pages. And the last one of all. This is the half full box.
After the JL Dex incident, we are asking that everyone continue to double check and verify the contents of all containers. Your help is appreciated.
Hey there.
This is the one I'm going to sell. This will pay for my chairs. You see, the cargo container boxes is like a sorting office. Each player who plays Star Citizens has a dedicated role. And economy is the most important factor. You can't take a Polaris, go do combat if you can't afford to pay for the fuel. But you can afford to
Request
pay
to all
for the
system
fuel.
level managers to please be sure to get their full inventory checks in by the end of the week.
But the only reason why I went the way about it the wrong way, because I'm working on the Cutlass Red. Sorry, not the Cutlass Red. The Apollo. It's supposed to be able to do whatever the Cutlass Red can do, barring one field. In the olden days, I've been told no, it's not possible, but I'm almost sure that the Avenger, one of the pirate ships, you could take their prison pods out and you had spare cargo. I'm almost sure, but we're going back 1,000 years. I've been told that's not the case, but like I said, I'm not arguing the point because the person who had this ship, he was also an adventure fanatic. I don't deal in small ships, I deal in capital ships, okay? And you see, when it comes to small ships, it wasn't my speciality.
Hey there.
But I'm almost sure my memory says yes, it did work.
Last
But
call for
CIG
passengers.
has a way
The shuttle is
of
preparing to
nerfing
depart.
things. But you see, them days, I used
Please
to
clear
do,
the hatch. Shuttle will be departing.
you call it pimp my ship. I've been doing it since day one. Even when you can buy them in game, and take them off one ship on another ship. Because people didn't understand the game and how it was going to be of the future. As far as they was concerned, I was cheating. No, I wasn't cheating. I was playing the game of how it's supposed to be in the future. Like what I'm doing there now. And I'm telling you now, if you play this game the way it is, you will go bust. Because the economy is not there. So the only way you can go forward is salvaging. Okay? But salvaging is crap. Everybody who's got a javelin, don't think you can go out there and fill it up. The only way you're going to fill that ship is to do salvaging. Okay?
Approaching next station.
Anybody
If this is your
who's
stop,
got a Pioneer and want to build their own base, it's going to be salvaging.
Last call for passengers.
How
The shuttle
long
is
will it
preparing to
take
depart.
you to fill an Icarus solo? It took me one whole
Personal belongings
week
before and after all
just
shuttle
to
flights,
make
and to dispose of any trash in
2,000
appropriate
credits.
receptacles.
I'm not
Stress,
going
no
into
miss.
it. The stream is right there.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
And at the moment, as you know, CIG's nerfed the Reclaimer. But is it? They're trying to balance things. But the bookkeepers can't do it because they're hitting other
At Orson
things
Skyway
that
Shuttle
is
Service,
affecting
we
the
aim
data
to make getting there
today.
half the
So
fun.
many links in
Please
there.
enjoy your flight.
And the daddies, I call the perfecters, the people who created this game in the beginning, they're hardly not there to correct the mistakes and explain the history. So at the end of the day, they need a friggin' good bookkeeper. And it doesn't mean just bookkeeping in just in selling armor, cargo, shop. They have to have a, what they call it, they have to make a spreadsheet so it works out automatically. Yeah, I had a business, you know what I mean, that did all that. And to do so many items, okay, yes it was work, but it took too long at the end of the day. So I written a program in Excel, and that's what I did within a month. I was doubling my profits every month, but that was only to do with the shop space that I had. You see where I'm coming from? And then I found out things that I got that was pretty cheap. I could sell it for even cheaper. It would be the customers into the shop. What I mean is, remember the old days when you had these big massive sales on at the big superstores? They only had one telly. One telly they had, and people would queue up for 15 miles for just that one telly. How much was the telly? 20 quid. But what that did, that brought people in at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And they were going and buy other things because they only had one telly. But somebody got smart. They raised the price of the telly. So that one telly, right, if it's £1,000, they will sell the bloody telly for 200 quid. The queue got even longer. But the catch was, one telly, 500 people fighting for that one telly. Guess what? They have travelled hundreds of miles. They slept in camp beds overnight. They wasn't going home empty-handed. The storekeepers knew they had that money, so they took home other things, and that is how they made money. It's called bookkeeping and being smart. Well, those were the olden days, and they still do that today. That's why they have these shops called under a tenner. Alright? Well, no, I had a shop, it was called under a tenner. Okay? Because, like I said, you had the shops that had the pound store. I couldn't sell things in there for £1 because the stuff was bloody expensive. But I would have TVs in there for 200-300 quid, blah blah blah, and they would sell like hotcakes. But if the TV had been sold and the kids came in there with their parents, I had tons of toys that cost me 50 pence. I'm selling them all for bloody 3 quid. Mom, I want that toy. There's no way there. Kids are letting their mum out without getting them action men and them you get it. Those were the days. It came under bookkeeping and marketing. Sales, electronics, food. Food's got a 300% write-up, but it has to be sold within a day. And what wasn't sold had to be thrown away. TVs had a different write-up. Cars, they had a different write-up. but they had to be sold within a certain way. And when you put them all together, blah blah blah, and that is how it worked. Then you had mortgages, they went bust. Who the hell can sell a mortgage for 130%? They were bound to collapse. It was good in them days. And now you got the wholesalers cutting out the middleman. But now, I'm going to turn the Cutlass I'm going to turn the Apollo. This is yours are correcting me now. I'm going to turn the Apollo into the Cutlass Steel. And it's got a medical bed. How long is it going to take me? I don't really have that much time actually, because I have to dash out in half an hour.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
So I'll do what I can for now. I'll do 4 at a time because obviously they need to be rearranged. Before I had it as a reception for the I keep saying the Cutlass, I mean the Apollo, okay? Now the Apollo doesn't really have a grid, okay, so it's unsecured cargo. The only part where these chairs are stable is in the cargo grid. But I'm not going to put the chairs there, so you're going to have to summarise what I'm trying to do. Now remember, what I'm trying to do is increase roleplay for the Cutlass Red, because just as an ambulance, and there's no gameplay, that's why everybody's getting upset. Originally, I don't care what anybody wants to say, the Cutlass, the Apollo was supposed to be modular. That means medical beds, cargo was supposed to be under one ship. Alright? CRJ is trying to make money. They can make money, but they can't make money if people are going to be nerfing the ships. Okay? Because when they get bored, they want to get rid of the ships. Now I'm going to show how many role plays you can create out of this one little ship. Starting by turning it into medical play, which is not feasible at the moment. So we're going to enter a dropship. These shares are expensive. I'm only going to give examples, okay? It all depends on how the chairs are laid out. And by the way, I don't know how many people understand how the medical bed works. It's like having so many lives, and if you die, it's expensive. Very expensive. That's the problem, as you can see, they dance all over the bloody place. I know it's not supposed to be a cargo grid, but I do believe they could make these floors semi like a cargo grid, just so the stuff can be stable. Now the chairs are stable in this corner, okay? But for a drop ship, I'm trying to mimic the cutlass steel. As you can see, it's hopeless. But you've got the idea. You have one row coming up here, going all the way down to here, and another row coming and going all the way. But because these are not like cargo grids, it's not stable. My friends are trying to say it today, but like I said, with all the messing about, to get these accurate, it don't work. But if you go to sit on the chairs, got no problem. Oh. And you can get out normally, but it's just, you know what I mean, as you can see. For me to get these chairs right, it would take hours. Can't make them touch. See? They're coming like Skittles. Now, from here now you can do your numbers. 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Got 32 seats in there in this part here now. It's now a drop ship with a med bay or med bay and cargo. You see where I'm coming from? Oh, guess what? Now you want to turn it into a Cutlass Blue with all the prison cells. One ship can do it all. But the only way they can do that, they have to make this here some sort of like this. It doesn't mean that it's got to do with cargo, alright? Because that is this intended use to store cargo. But at the end of the day, why can't these chairs stick to the ground? They can put clamps on the floors. So until that time, she can still do it. So you can put tables in there or whatnot. But this is for the... I'm not into combat, okay? But you can see where I'm coming from. No, I'm not going to go into all that. I'm going to take to reception. A waiting room, which was supposed to have been planned in the beginning. It can go back a bit more. I'm going to have to break off now because I want to analyze this video in 4K and 8K. I've also got to go fix the other PC because it's also suffering the same technical aspect because of certain things. So I will catch you guys back in a couple of hours, and I know you're here in the background there somewhere hiding and don't want to say shit. I will be back on YouTube, Discord as soon as possible. The PC broke down yesterday through rushing here and rushing there, okay? I know I'm having withdrawal symptoms. I can't come online and take the piss out of you, but I will be on Discord shortly. But I've got to also try and keep the background noise down because it's not good for me streaming at the end of the day. And anyway, you guys, I'd like a bit more subscription if possible because I do a lot of technical stuff at the end of the day. Things are interesting to certain people, things are not. But there's a lot of things there that does involve Star Citizens and the future. I'm not just saying pimping your ship, I'm talking about how to make the PC work with the next generation of PC, and that also with the latest tech. You can build the latest tech Gen 5 PC for £1,000 starting from today. But it'll only be done on here because remember, it can only be done by AI technology. Alright? By one person. Because I've got to go now, so I'll see you guys later.